Non va? Ok, adesso va? Ok. So my name is Christian Pozza from Eurac Research. Welcome to this new track on public money, public code, and open data track. I remind all the speakers to look in front to people, to present using a pointer, to stay close to the mic, possibly, thanks. And that's all. You have 15 minutes, and including question and answer. So let me introduce Alexander Sander from Free Software Foundation Europe, and the presentation is about free software and AI in Europe. Thank you.
Yes, that's loud. Is this good? Yeah, okay. I'll try it from here. Yeah, my name is Alexander Sander. I'm the policy person for the Free Software Foundation Europe, and in the next 15 minutes, I'll try to tell you a bit how the European Union tries to regulate AI and what does it mean for free software. First of all, we are a charity that empowers users to control technology. So that's particular of interest when we enter debates in Europe. So as we don't have any financial interests, we've been seen as somebody who really cares about the values of free software. And that's why we are also contributing to the lawmaking process and try to make it happen that we have good laws in place that safeguard free software and free software development. When we talk about AI, a couple of years ago, we thought about like, how does AI should look like? And first of all, I think that's pretty clear. It must respect fundamental rights. So that's very important to us, and that's in particular important when we talk about free software. It needs to be transparent, fair, and accessible. And also, in the end, it would be nice if AI helps us and not discriminate us. And in this regard, it needs to be free software. So, and with these clear demands, we ended the debate around AI, and we also try to come up with arguments that we also use in our public money, public code campaign, for example, where we are asking governments to release software they are procuring or developed by their own under a free software license. And we also figured out, and we have studies for this, that this helps to foster innovation, as we don't have to reinvent the wheel over and over again, and that it's a pretty good solution. Also, when we talk about AI, to use free software. And also transparency not only helps us to get more innovation, but also it leads to trust. I think this is also something what we have seen during the Corona debate, that especially the part about transparency was something that granted trust. And that's why, again, we are asking for the usage of free software when we talk about AI. So just to bring us all on the same page, I think we are aware, but when we talk about free software, also known as open source software, we always talk about the 4 freedoms: to use, study, share, and improve. And this means you are free to use the software for any purpose without any restrictions. You can study the code, so this is the transparency part I just referred to. Also, you can share the software without any limitations, and here the price doesn't matter, so you can also earn money with this, and this is in particular of interest when we then also talk about, for example, in the Cyber Resilience Act or Product Liability Directive about CE label and liability. And ultimately, you are free to improve or modify the code or make it even worse if you like. And this improvements are then also shared again with the community, so everyone has access to this. And if you see these 4 freedoms, you might already understand why, again, it's a good idea when we talk about AI to come back to free software. I think we've also discussed this in the morning, Simon, and also then later with Frank and the panel, we have seen a bit why free software is a good idea. And now let's talk a bit about the regulation. So after we came up with these ideas and demands, the European Union also at pretty much the same time started with a committee and some dedicated groups working on AI and to prepare and pass a way to regulate AI. And this is called the AI Act, which we are currently discussing and which will be most likely finalized in the next weeks. And first of all, normally it comes with a Commission proposal. So the European Commission drafted a law and pushed it to the Parliament and the Council. And in the first place, there was not a single word about open source or free software in this proposal by the European Commission. But we have seen then that in September 2022, the legal committee of the European Parliament came up with a compromise amendment to exclude open source in some parts when we talk about AI regulation. And this exemption is pretty similar to what we have seen a bit later in the Cyber Resilience Act as well as in the Product Liability Directive. So all what we are discussing and debating around CIA is also kind of like true for AI Act and product liability, even if we don't talk about liability in the AI Act. So there's a dedicated AI Liability Act which we are discussing. But the idea behind, so how should we regulate open source specifically in these files is pretty much the same, and the idea also pretty much involved at this time. And let's have a look on what they said back in the day. So the legal committee, and that's also the fun part. So normally the Parliament is working with amendments, so they draft amendments and then they come up with compromise amendments or simply vote on these amendments. But also in these amendments, there was not a single one on open source. So they came up ultimately with a compromise amendment, which was based on pretty much nothing, which was also interesting because they have seen around the debate that there's definitely a need to regulate open source differently than other software. And what the legal committee in the Parliament proposed was very short, and it just said the regulation shall not apply to open source AI systems until those systems are put into service or made available on the market in return for payment. So, and what sounds okayish in the first place leads immediately to problems if you think about the open source ecosystem and what, for example, is put into service or made available on the market. So is something what you put on your website or in a repository, something which you make available on the market, or do you put it into service somehow? So what's the threshold for these words? So we kind of like had the feeling that they have a feeling towards how the open source ecosystem looks like and how it could be regulated, but it's hard for them to put it into words. That's why they came up with this. Still, I mean, it was not even the leading committee, so for us it was good to see that they have it on their radar and that they put it on the table. And with this, a huge discussion started, which we are now running for more than 1 year, and where we are trying to come from this wording to a bit more elaborated one. As said, at the same time, in Cyber Resilience Act and product liability, similar ideas have been dropped as they have seen that this is not working out and put into service and made available on the market. The Commission proposed commercial activity, which led again to huge discussions that we are driving, and in the end we are pretty much discussing what's the commercial activity, what's put into service, and what's making things available on the market. So, and as already mentioned, so we are currently at the stage that we are already in the trilogues for the AI Act, also for Cyber Resilience Act and the Product Liability Directive. We wait a bit, but the Spanish presidency was, since a very early stage, very interested to finalize this paper in the presidency, in the term of the presidency. And this means, in particular on the AI Act, there's a lot of pressure now at the moment, and this means we will very, very soon have, or most likely will have a decision on this very, very soon. And this will be pretty much the first file where we have like a compromise and where we can see how member states, Parliament and Commission think about how to regulate open source in this idea, and this will also have large impact on Cyber Resilience Act compromises as well as the Product Liability Directive. And in order to give you an idea of what these compromises could look like at the moment, so I brought you a lot of text. So from this initial wording put into service, put in the market, we now arrived here. So it got way more wordy. And what happened is that decision makers tried to explain it very clear and to put a lot of words around it. They also recognized that you can earn a lot of money with it, that there's innovation, blah, blah, blah. But the most important part is, again, this regulation should not apply to such free and open source AI components, except to the extent that they are placed on the market or put into service by a provider as part of high risk. And then they further defined it. And they also said like, okay, so basically what we have seen here is pretty much like what the initial idea was, and then they have seen, okay, but there might be, for example, collaborative development, there might be these open repositories, and there might be also, and that's super interesting, AI or in other files then software around, which is not so heavily distributed that it would lead to major fails, and where we could still, try to think a bit around, can protect startups, and that's why they also included an exception for micro-enterprises. So a micro-enterprise is 10 people, 3 million euros. So as long as you are a micro-enterprise, you're also not covered. It's a bit misleading because they are saying transactions between micro-enterprises, so it would be also good if there would be other transactions possible, not only between micro-enterprises, but anyhow, it's going way more in another direction, and we are more clearer in what we mean with this term put into market or put into service, so because they are trying to explain this here in a way, which, is this clock really? I don't think so. Anyhow, okay. Okay, and then they also put a C to it, so there's more words they come up, and then they also said developers are somebody we should protect, and that's also something we fight for heavily, that US developers are protected, and this means if you're just like developing for your own and you are not bigger than a micro-enterprise, then you are also excluded from this AI Act. So, and this is something I think which we have achieved also through our Public Money, Public Code campaign, as said in the beginning, where we are asking governments to procure and develop software under a free and open source software license. And with this, we always enter the debate and try to explain them, pretty much like how the open source software system are working and what does it mean and how a market look like. And this helped us a lot. And this is also, supported by a lot, even by administrations, for example, the city of Barcelona and the job center of Sweden, and so on and so forth. And as said, so this helps us in order to step in debates and try to also show decision makers how such a open source software system could look like. And now I'm not really sure, but we can take questions, or so I'm losing a bit track. And so I'm also happy to answer questions related then to Cyber Resilience Act and Product Liability Directive. This is pretty much the same idea.
Yeah, so as you know, it's now open for questions. We have more than 5 minutes, no problem.
No,
and
sure.
So is there any question from you? For example, you might be willing to develop your own AI model and follow exactly similar issues. I personally had this type of problem. Please. He's arriving.
I wondered just about how this legislation would be then enforced in AI, because it's particularly difficult. It's not transparent per se. It's very difficult to find out. So I don't know. They are regulating it. I understand the effort, but I also wonder why. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, first of all, this is, when the European Union then agrees on what we have seen here or something similar, so it won't be definitely this, so it will be, it will look like a bit different. Then they give it to the member states for implementation, and they have then to answer kind of these questions as well. However, what's in the text as well is that if you do such a high-risk system, you need to make the code accessible to the Commission in order that they can see what the code does and if it fulfills the regulation or not. So if you are a non-free software project which is not transparent, you have to make your project transparent, at least to the Commission, in order to allow them to exactly see what the project is doing or not, and if they are high risk and if there might be liability or not. So there, it's a very large file, and it addresses a lot of issues. And I think a huge problem is that the European Union, with all of these three files, try to come up with a horizontal approach and try to basically regulate a lot with only three texts, and that's why they also struggle a lot in order to find proper wording and to be on the one hand allowing innovation, but on the other hand also coming up with a law that might be able to regulate in particular AI. So I mean, when they started to write it, there was nothing like large language models around, but what they tried to cover is exactly this. So they want to cover the future. So, and that's why it's in particular difficult to come up with these kind of laws, and I'm pretty sure it's then in the implementation, it's comparable to the data protection reform, I'd say. So even if there are fines in it, for example, or if there are sanctions in it, it won't be that like from the first day on they will use the full force mechanism to kill companies, but the courts will start to, by rulings, define how the AI Act should look like in the end. So, and that's something, pretty much what we see in data protection is like courts defining how to read this law at one point, and therefore it's very important for us to get a clear exemption that if they rule on open source projects, that they can come back to this European document and say, look, this was, for example, only posted on a website by a developer, and that's why there shouldn't be any fines, for example. Yeah. But it will be mainly on courts in 10, 15 years to make something useful out of this.
So is there a second question? We have some time. Maybe I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
It's more a curiosity about what happens. You know, these type of developments are going the speed of light, especially with generative AI now and so on. So what happens in a few years when some of these models will be old, and probably there will be some responsibilities also from developer side in order to keep them or maintain or whatever under the same standard that are maybe foreseen by this law. I mean, is it a problem? Do you see that there will be any problem for a company who is in 5, 10 years still responsible for that?
I mean, this is also definitely something we are discussing in the Cyber Resilience Act, and it won't be that you are in charge for your products forever. And it's also in particular, and when we talk about software, you come up with an update or an upgrade. So what's the threshold in order to run new assessments? So is a simple update something which you need to check again through the whole legislation, or can you say, it's not a major change, we can continue with our assessment from, I don't know, 2 years ago? So this is also something which is defined, but this is not defined under the umbrella of open source, but software in general. So okay. They discuss this as a general software question, I'd say, and not a specific open source question. How long you have to be in charge for your project, and what's the moment when it kind of like changes the project? So, for example, if you come up with an upgrade or it gets new features, for example, that you then might fall under a high-risk AI or in other files in the liability. And yeah, so, but it's definitely not that you, so if it's not a product anymore, you won't be also not liable anymore, I'd say. So
Okay.
it's hard to, it's again, it's that wordy
Okay,
like what we've seen on the open source part, but in general, it's going in this direction, I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So. So here we are back again with the second speaker. Let me introduce Gabriel Kuh-Weibin from Free Software Foundation Europe, and he will talk about why we need a next generation internet. Please.
Yeah, so thank you for the introduction. Like he said, my name is Gabriel, and I am also with the Free Software Foundation Europe, like my coworker Alex, who went before me. And I am a legal program manager with the FSFE, which means I handle the FSFE's legal projects. So I'll just quickly lay out the agenda of what I want to talk to everybody about today. I will talk about kind of the state of the internet that we are experiencing today and its role in society and the kind of pitfalls and disadvantages that the internet has kind of evolved into having, and it's the impact that it has on society. I'll talk about the phrase next generation internet, what it means to the average user, but also specifically what it means to the EU and to the European Commission as a technical term of art. And finally, I will kind of, a bit of a disclaimer here, I'll kind of act as a salesman for one of these European Commission projects to develop the internet into a next generation internet that the FSFE has been working on the past 5 years. Now, I'm going to act as a salesman because, yeah, I mean, for one, we've been working on this project, but another is it's something that we believe, it's a project that we believe in and that we believe can provide some kind of grassroots support for free software projects out there to improve the internet as a platform. Right, so yeah, I don't think I really need to define or explain the internet to everybody here. Everybody, I'm sure, here is an internet user. But it's very much a different beast from what I'm sure a lot of you have experienced when you first went online. So for some frame of reference, like I first got online on the internet in the 90s. You might have a different frame of reference, but I'm sure the internet has evolved to a different thing now as what you experienced when you first came online. So especially when you consider the introduction of the smartphone in 2007, there's been a burst and a widespread adoption of internet connectivity by average users since then. The evolution has been kind of marked from that point on with this explosion of adoption by average users. And with this explosion of usage of the internet, of course, comes unprecedented access for the average online citizen to things like information, data, connectivity, and accessibility to services. And this unprecedented access to all these services, it kind of makes us inextricably linked by the internet to how we participate in social life, in our economic lives, and political participation as well. So if you think about it, there's so many financial services we use now. There are banks that are entirely online. Through social media, we engage with each other socially, or even engage politically through social media and through our access to the internet. So in a way, access to the internet defines a lot of how we as a society function, right? And so there has been in recent years, I think, kind of erosion of trust in the internet as a platform, in how it contributes or its net gain to society, so to speak. And as I said, if the internet is so inextricably linked to how we experience social, political, or economic lives, then having people have their trust in the internet being eroded, that constitutes a very big problem. So why? Why is this trust being eroded? Why is there this kind of feeling like the internet is no longer so much of a net gain to society? I mean, we can talk about it in these kind of thematic problems that the internet or internet users are facing, but this is by no means an exhaustive list. I'm sure you can think of more problems that I'm not going to talk about today due to time limitations. But yeah, we can talk about privacy and data issues that we're facing. So, there's been a lot of scandals in previous years involving hacks and security loopholes that have resulted in leakages of data and leakages of large amounts of personal information. I mean, think about things like the Equifax breach of data, where financial and credit information has been leaked. British Airways getting hacked and leaking a large amount of personal customer information, including credit card numbers. But I think that there's also a gray area, or what's more insidious is the idea of large internet companies operating in a legal gray area where they start trading in data or information as a commodity. And that also is something that erodes trust in using the platform or using the internet as a platform. With regard to misinformation, we can think about the rise of social media and content sharing over the past few years, and the idea of content farms, algorithms, targeted marketing, stuff like that. I'm sure we're all very familiar with these ideas. But now we're also dealing with things like the rise of AI or artificial stupidity, as Frank put it in another talk. There's also this idea that we are slowly inching towards a dead internet, which is a theory where at some point the internet, due to the rise of AI, the rise of widespread use of bots, the average user will not be engaging or interacting with human-created content or human-created interactions. So that is another problem that kind of we anticipate coming in the future. If we talk about this decline of user experience, there's consolidation and monopolization of services. If you think about it, there's a lot of average internet users who only use 3 or 4 websites when they go online, and they don't use anything else. They just go on Facebook, social media, or whatever. They just use Amazon for their services, and they don't use anything else. And that's a very marked difference from what a lot of people in the early days of the internet envisioned the platform to be. And finally, we have technical issues like link rot, where HTML links or links don't point to where they intend to be, and kind of degrades the user experience of the internet as a whole. So yeah, with all these factors, it doesn't really feel like the internet is, like I said, being a net benefit to society. And so when we talk about something like a next generation internet, a term of phrase, it's a very loaded term. It will mean different things to different people depending on your value system, on your culture, on your beliefs, or on your politics, right? So I would encourage you, think about what exactly you value with the internet, what you want to keep, and what you want to move forward with it. Because, like I said, it means different things to different people. It's a very difficult term to kind of define, regulate, and legislate for. It's something even within the EU. You're not going to get consensus within all the EU member states over what kind of a platform they want the internet to be. But then, despite these differences, there is a very clear kind of definition that the EU and the European Commission has developed in order to move forward with projects and with helping to develop a new internet. And they have kind of defined it using these values. So it's the next generation internet should be an internet that respects the protection of personal data, guarantees privacy and security, combats disinformation, user freedom and access, fundamental rights, ethics and sustainability, blah, 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 blah. Now, these are all important and very lofty philosophical goals. And again, like I said, it's very difficult to achieve. You're not going to be able to legislate or regulate it very clearly, or at least not within the immediate future. It's going to take a lot of time, a lot of argumentation, a lot of work to come to a consensus on what we want to achieve for the next generation of the internet. That being said, like I said, the FSFE, we've been involved in a European Commission project. So it's called the Next Generation Zero Initiative. It is specifically intended not to legislate, not to make sweeping regulations, but to kind of provide support on a grassroots level to free software projects out there that have the potential to change the internet, or for the better, according to those values that the European Union has set out, right? So, like I said, the FSFE, we've been working on this project for the past 5 years, and we really believe in this. And basically what the project does is it provides funding and technical services to participating software projects or software projects that can change the internet for the better. So what does that mean? So basically there is a consortium of non-profit organizations, including the FSFE, that provide you with technical support if you apply and if you get accepted. And for the FSFE, what we do is we provide legal and licensing support, particularly through our reuse specification. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with reuse, it's a set of best practices that we've developed, on how to properly display your license and copyright information within your repository. So that's what we do, one of the consortium members. We also have other consortium members that provide different types of technical support. For example, we have a partner, Radically Open Security. They will help software projects with kind of security loopholes or backdoors that they find. We also have another consortium partner, the Accessibility Foundation. They help with stuff like making sure your software is accessible, for example, to people who speak a different language, who might have physical disabilities, for example, visually impaired, how you can improve your UIs to be more accessible to people like that. So it's a wide range of different types of technical services that you can get from this consortium. Right. So some examples, I've put out some examples of supported projects on this slide here. And you can see, I won't go through them individually, but you can see kind of the theme of it is keeping in line with the values that I've kind of talked about earlier. These are projects that kind of support things like privacy, developing encryption methods to promote privacy, developing alternatives, to existing services that are on the internet, new services that are internet, preventing monopolization of a particular service on the internet. Various things like that in order to uphold those values that I talked about earlier. I'd also like to highlight WorldBrain.io, which is kind of a new thematic software project that we've encountered, which helps to combat online misinformation using collective web intelligence. So I think these are interesting projects that are being supported. And that's why I'm here today, because if you are a developer and you are developing a piece of free software that you think is capable of providing an alternative to existing internet services, like a search engine that can do something better than Google, for example, that's free software, or providing a new service, or just something that improves internet infrastructure. I encourage you to apply. Go to these links and check out the activities of the Next Generation Internet. Get funding, get support, help us improve the internet in a way that you feel is important in order to promote that platform into becoming a net positive for society instead of, kind of the nightmare that we're dealing with right now. Yeah, so I guess that's the time I have or what I have prepared for you. I hope you will apply. Check out the links and the information, and I'm ready to take questions if there are any. Thank you.
We have some time for one question.
Yes.
I know you are focused on Europe, but I know you're focused in Europe, but does the US also think about something like that?
We have projects that are actually based outside of Europe. I think the important thing in order to get projects accepted is that there has to be some kind of quantifiable effect within Europe. So we've actually supported projects from the US, from Asia, from Singapore. Most of the projects are from Europe, but as long as there is a quantifiable and you can demonstrate some kind of positive impact within Europe, it's possible to get your project accepted and receive this kind of support from the European Commission. Yeah.
So, thank you again, Gabriel.
Thank you.
So I come back. I'm going to present you Lina Ceballos from Free Software Foundation Europe, and she will introduce us if Iterable EU Act will be a real game changer. Thank you.
Thank you. So hello everyone. I'm also from the Free Software Foundation Europe, and I brought a picture of some of us. Some of them are not here, but yeah, we are a charity that empowers users to control technology, and we do so with free software. And I am, Lina Ceballos, Policy Project Manager at the FSFE. I think if you have attended some of our talks, we always like to start from the beginning. So to mention that free software is the software that grants the users for freedoms to use, to study, to share, and to improve or modify the software. And whenever there is a lack of those, then we're not talking about free software anymore. So today I'm going to talk about interoperability. So it's going to be like 15 minutes of a tongue twister. But let's first define what interoperability means. So interoperability is the ability of information systems to speak with one another. And to give a very practical example, let's say that you're going to do a road trip from Italy, and then you're going to go all the way north to Germany, and you want to park your car somewhere. Then you find a place to park your car, and whenever you're going to put the car plate of your car, then that machine doesn't recognize an Italian plate. And then you cannot park your car with this machine. So it's this kind of simple examples that we're talking about when we're talking about interoperability. So last year, the European Commission proposed legislation towards interoperability to actually regulate digital public services that public administrations should provide citizens, and for those to be interoperable. But I would also like to go a little bit back and know that this is not something new. I mean, in the EU, there has been efforts over the last decades on interoperability. So we have already like the European Interoperability Framework, which was like a policy guideline, which was non-binding, but there was already something going on this direction. We also have the National Interoperability Framework Observatory, also known as NIFO. And this is monitoring, or was monitoring, how many of these guidelines were transposed into national frameworks among member states. We also had this sharing and reuse framework from IT Solutions, which was like a set of 10 generic recommendations for reuse, share, and jointly develop IT solutions in the public administration. And with this, also the Share and Reuse Awards and Conference took place. So some of these actually free software projects from public administrations were highlighted and whatnot. And we also have the Open Source Observatory and Repository, also called OSOR, which is also like an initiative from the European Commission. And this is of special importance for the free software ecosystem, because it also is like a single point where there is like different repositories and news and so on. But yeah, the whole idea of this is to understand this is not something new, that there is already something happening. And the goal is to put this all together in a legislation, and then give it something, because to make it law basically. We also have JoinUp. I don't know if some of you are familiar with this. Also, this is a single point of entry where different, it's not only about open source, also semantics and so on, everything around interoperability. And some of these activities and programs were funded by some funding programs from the EU. There are more, but I just want to quickly highlight these three, because under these three programs, some of these frameworks or guidelines took place and were also funded. But, I mean, this goes beyond 2005. And important to note is also that the Digital Europe program is the funding program under which the Interoperable Europe Act is being implemented, or suggested, yeah. So the Interoperable Europe Act, as I mentioned, is a proposal to make something that was already there binding and to make it law. So basically, they want to regulate how public administrations provide digital services to citizens or to people in Europe, and to make it interoperable. So what is new on this, right? What is special about this legislation and so on? This is a legislation, so I'm not gonna go into very much detail. I'm just gonna mention some of the features that are important for the free software community. So the first one is they want to implement a governance structure. So they want to implement or create a board and a community, and these two will interact with one another. So in a top-down and bottom-up approach. So the board will be kind of the decision-making, the body that will have decision-making power, and the community will be like the body that has the expertise and the one that will be consulted in case the board needs some expertise. But it is important to notice that the board will have a lot of power here. It will set up the agenda. It will also create like new framework. So the board is the one that actually has the decision-making power. There is also some assessments. So whenever a public administration wants to create or highly modify a service, then they have to go through an assessment to show how interoperable this service or this solution is. And they also want to try to implement some sort of label, so the interoperable solution label. They also want to make mandatory sharing and reuse. However, in the way that is written, so the Commission suggested, it says when requested, so this is also something that we have found problematic. But the idea is that public administrations share and reuse. So whenever they want to implement something new, they have to see if there is already something existing that they can reuse. And this is important, and this is where free software plays an important role, because we're talking about infrastructure, and there is need for software for this infrastructure. And that is the reason free software can play a fundamental role. We also acknowledge that the European Commission has already acknowledged the role that free software and open standards play for this legislation. However, we have also found some flaws that I will quickly mention. And they also want to reuse, basically, an interoperable Europe portal, which is basically what JoinUp is now. So it will be a single point of entry with public administrations can share, can exchange knowledge, but also exchange solutions. The community can participate there. The agenda will be published there. So it will be, like one single point of entry. So we really welcome this initiative to regulate interoperability in Europe. However, the legislation comes with some flaws, and that is why we have been actively working on this over the last year. One of the reasons is, or one of the flaws that we have seen is that there is not much of involvement of different stakeholders in the governance approach. So basically, civil society, or more specifically, a free software community, although free software is already acknowledged as an enhancer of interoperability, but there is not really clear where the free software community could play a role in such governance structure. There is also some other flaws on like monitoring, how they're going to actually monitor that public administrations are doing this, or how much of, how are they going to monitor how much of free software is being used when creating or developing solutions to provide digital public services, and so on. I'm not going to go into all of them because I don't have enough time. We have everything on our website, and we've been quite active on this. So if you want to learn more about this, I highly invite you to check our website. But so the main thing is that we believe that for such governance approach, the free software community should be involved. Either, like in the board, or as an observer, or as someone that is like a body that is providing expertise to the board, and guiding this whole process, because of course the free software community, or like the ones that have the expertise, should also be consulted in such dynamic workflow. To very briefly talk how this legislative process takes place. So the Commission propose the text, and then Parliament and Council work on their text, and usually they come with two other proposals or two different texts, and then after that, the three of them sit together to find a final text. And the stage of this at the moment is the last one. So right now, Commission, Parliament, and Council are trying to find a common text, a common wording for this. Over the last months, we've been trying to advocate for this, to advocate for free software, and to include more stakeholders and the free software community in such legislation. But yeah, so the text is not finalized. We don't really know yet how this text is going to look in the end. But yeah, this is kind of like where we are at the moment. Yeah, and then with this, I want to wrap up. We at the Free Software Foundation Europe have different activities, and our policy advocacy is one of them. My colleague Alex mentioned our Public Money, Public Code initiative, and this initiative is giving us the arguments for us to reach out to decision makers and to bring on the table the benefits that free software has, not only for this legislation, but for the ongoing digital policies that are happening at the moment. You can help us also to reach out to decision makers, to reach out to local administrations. You can also sign our PMPC open letter. We have an open letter, or convincing your local administration to do so. And of course, we're a charity, so your contribution enables our work, so we appreciate donations, and basically spreading the word. This is what we're also doing here, but what you can also do after this talk, after you read a little bit more on our website, yeah, so you can also talk about the benefits of free software. And yeah, with this, I would like to thank you, and I think I have 2 minutes for questions. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Is it interoperability focused on governmental services and products, or also the private world?
Yeah, this is focused on digital public services. So, yeah, focused on public administrations providing these services.
Regarding this last question, I was also wondering if you envision for the future maybe to do something also about the private sector, because there are many cases of interoperability issues. For example, like in social media, for example, I want to leave a platform and go with another platform, but I want to preserve all my contacts, all my data, all my pictures, whatever I uploaded on the other platform. So this is a big interoperability issue that I think is nothing being done about.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we cannot do that. I mean, this is up to decision makers if they somehow want to create this more private-oriented sort of legislation going on interoperability. And if there is something as such, and if we believe that this will be an important legislation, we will try to step in, because we always are checking, monitoring what's happening in the EU level. But yeah, I mean, apart from that, we spread the word about free software and the important role that free software can play in such interoperability. But when it comes to legislation, I don't think it's up to us to make the step.
Yeah. Very, very quickly.
I mean, for this specific question on the social networks, there's also the DMA and DSA and gatekeeper regulation that you can move your social networks. So there, on this specific question, there is law.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, welcome Edoardo Scepi from Consorzio dei Comuni della Provincia di Bolzano. He will present us the brand new version of IGIS Maps.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Edoardo Scepi. I'm working for the consortium of the municipality of the province of Bolzano. It's the real name, it's not a tongue twist. And I would like to introduce you our new integrated system, IGIS Maps. So what is IGIS Maps? IGIS Maps is a wonderful word of integrated and useful tool that allow us to effectively manage many different tasks. And the entry point of this wonderful word is our advanced GIS, WebGIS. The first version of the system was released about 8 years ago. So what we are presenting now is not just a major update of the system, but is a true re-engineering of all the software based on the effective use of the system all over this year. This allows us to develop a new and more efficient user interface, gain consistent advancement in internal security, as well as develop an editing section and enhance all the automatic procedures that are available through our software. Is completely based on an open source code and infrastructure, so that it means that possibly anyone in the world can use it. Is highly customizable, because being projected as a sort of widget can be easily integrated in any kind of web context, and it can be tailor-made according to the different user needs. Through IGIS Maps, a wide range of users can access a wide range of data context. As well, through the system, it's possible to interact with geoprocesses that are the automatic procedure. There will be available a mobile version. It's not completely, but it's almost ready. And of course, the advanced editing environment that we are using and testing in a jointly project that I will show you in a while. As I said, many types of different users can access IGIS Maps. All the municipalities and provincial employees use the system, as well as an external user that can be both private or public or professional. Of course, any user is qualified to a specific qualification, and this qualification grants a specific access to some of the contests or all the contests according to the needs. Some numbers of IGIS Maps is used by all the 116 Südtirolian municipalities, is used by all the 7 Südtiroler district communities, reunion of municipalities. All the division of the province, especially the more technical one, use the system, and all this bunch of users generate that it means 5,000 to 6,000 users per day, generates from 8,000 to 10,000 sessions of work. That it means that for the system provided in WMS, WFS, that it means from 4 to 5 million of hits per day, with pikes of more than 500 hits per second, while services provided in WMTS, for example, where our high-resolution orthophoto are hosted, the hits per day reach even 2.5 million. A lot of these are just a quick overview of the several contexts that are available through the system. There are many. So, what we found in this context. Any context has a specific core layer, of course. For example, we have public and private context, of course. For example, these can be used for retrieving information about land use, endangered area, as well as geological or hydrogeological risk zone, or maybe context more devoted to public utility. These is a collection of transportation networks or traffic forecast or any kind of utility related to the public citizen. While we have also professional context, private context, like this one that is related to the technology network present in Südtirol, where it's possible to retrieve information about all the components and the part of a network here in our region. For example, this is a an example of the Aqueduct network. Or, again, this is related to the cadastral information. It's possible to retrieve data about population, personal data. Of course, technology network and cadastral are limited to the public user. We have also these geoprocesses, these automatic procedures that allow us to extract and obtain data in advanced way, because it's possible to automatically download the data for having available also outside the system. This is an example for, yes, always the cadastral system, where it's possible to retrieve statistical or technical data about street lengths or other component. Backing to the technology network, for example, we can extract data according to statistical and technical data about the different network. Here we have, again, the Aqueduct and the street light networks, or even geoprocesses that enable us to extract the data of the area of our interest for having this data available to be used in external software like QGIS or whatever. So we are here, so QGIS, no other things. Another aspect of the new version of IGIS Maps we are very proud of is the mobile version. The mobile version is a light version of the system, light just because not all the features of the desktop one are required on the mobile, not because we want to save some time or effort. And a very innovative news that the mobile version has, even if it's currently under development, is that it's possible to create offline editing session. And this is specifically developed because it's very useful when you have to go on the field in area where the network coverage is not present, to be sure that the data are always available, the data that on which you have to work on, and especially when you need to synchronize this data with the mainframe, with the main system, the sync procedures is following a step-by-step path that, for example, analyze the intensity and the stability of the signal, so as that the uploading of the file can be performed without any issues. Okay. The advanced editing environment is a huge improvement of the system, and I would like to present you introducing a related project, always jointly implemented with the Autonomous Province of Bolzano, and of course with our irreplaceable partner that is SIAG, that is the simplifying of the vector basic cartography that we use in our project. The vector basic cartography is the basal representation of the world that actually is based on the national core model that, together with these 59 classes, brings a lot of complexity and difficulties. And SIAG performed a huge automatic transformation for converting the national core in a more simple model that is called basic core, that has less than half of the classes. And then we using the advanced environment of the system for refining and correcting all the issues or the mistakes that this huge automatic conversion can produce. Of course, the editing environment is related to specific user that has specific qualification, is an environment where it's possible to list and manage all the working sessions that are available, where it's possible to create new working session to work on. Of course, it's possible to sort of extract the data from the main system in an environment where it's possible to correct, update, modify, and so on. make all the job over the section. It's possible also to extract physically from the system and working, for example, with QGIS. And finally, it's possible to reinsert the data into the system for asking the validation and republication on the main system. This is we are testing jointly with this project, this environment editing section, and it's going pretty well. So, I don't know if you are sufficiently curious now, or maybe even confused, but if, oh yeah, sorry, there is a small sneak peek, some preview. The new name of the system, because IGIS Maps is the name of the project. And just 2 days before, together with the partner, the province, SIAG, and all the other, we decided for the new name and the new logo that will be MapView, Alto Adige and Südtirol, according for German and Italian. So if you are sufficiently curious on how, using this fantastic tool, we can manage many different kind of tasks, complicated or not, all of you are warmly invited to visit our stand, the D2664, that is here on the Autumn Fair, in the Mess of Bolzano, in the Fair of Bolzano, in the venue of Bolzano, that's very close to here. It's less than 16 minutes, don't worry. And where we can satisfy any curiosity about the system itself, the geoprocess, the editing section, and whatever. Thanks for your attention. Of course, if you have any question, even now, I'm available. There is also the complete bunch of the developer team, so yeah.
Oh.
So thank you, Edoardo.
I lost the first few minutes, so I may have missed it. But do you interact with OpenStreetMap for getting data or for feeding back data, or your database is completely autonomous?
No, our database is, according to the tabular data, public through our system is autonomous. Of course, we, as we at the consortium as the manager and responsible for the data quality of the municipality. And we work as a sort of collector of this data for managing and provide all the several information. Then there are, of course, from other partners, for example, from Alperia or other private or public company, they provide us only the services. And we integrate only the data source. We don't manage directly the data.
Is there any other question?
As I have seen, it's a complete software solution where you can edit and show. But for the public use or private use, is there also a viewer that you can embed in your website just for public view of specific data?
Well,
is this also included?
Yes, basically yes, because consider that we work based any kind of interaction with data with context. Any context is classified according to the type of information needs to satisfy. Of course, these are several possibilities, because it's possible to create specific context for public use, like, for example, the one I show you, the GeoBrowser, that is mostly public, till very specific context where it's possible also to have specific geoprocesses or specific editing procedure for interacting with data. But considering that any user that access, so the context available without login are very few. Just, I don't know, maybe the streets and the collecting point for solid waste and so on. Any kind of context, more practical, is of course accessible after the login, no matter if from the municipalities, from the province, or through the digital identity of the person. But of course, it's highly customizable.
Thank you, Eduardo.
Thanks a lot.
So, let's go to start again. Here we have Johan Sneeder from Free Software Foundation Europe. He will introduce the current status, I think, so about the implementation of free software policies. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks for joining my talk. I will be talking about monitoring the implementation of free software policies in Europe. My name is Johannes Näder. I'm also working with the Free Software Foundation Europe as a policy project manager, and I really plan to give this plan together with my co-worker Linus. He's the main TEDective developer and unfortunately cannot be at SFSCon this year, so I'm taking over this part and I will have to skip some technical background details. The Free Software Foundation Europe, you know by now, if you have joined the last talks, is a charity that empowers users to control technology. Software is deeply involved in our lives, and this makes free software key for our society. Free software is software that you are allowed to use, study, share, and improve in any way you like. So in my talk, I will quickly give an overview about the Public Money, Public Code campaign and its current status. This is a success story, but I will also briefly discuss some of the challenges that lie ahead. And second, I will explain how we are dealing with these challenges in the Public Money, Public Code initiative. So finally, I'd like to introduce you to the TEDective tool, a tool that we have been developing since 2022. TEDective can be of great help monitoring the implementation of free software policies. So first, what about, what is Public Money, Public Code? Free Software Foundation Europe has been around for more than 20 years, and since the beginning, we have been trying to convince public bodies to use and to procure free software. About 6 years ago, we realized that we needed a dedicated initiative for this, and that was when the idea of Public Money, Public Code was born. It has a very simple claim. We want legislation requiring that publicly financed software developed for the public sector be made publicly available under free and open source software license. If it is public money, it should be public code as well. Yes, our initiative targets the whole of Europe, all political and all administrative levels, the entire political spectrum. Instead of big bang migrations, we want to see, incremental change towards free software. We have our campaign website. There you can find the open letter, which my colleague Lina already mentioned before. The open letter already has more than 36,000 signatories, individual signatories, also 200 organizations signing the open letter for Public Money, Public Code, and among them also some administrations, increasing number of administrations. We have more material, also a brochure, which is which we hand out to decision makers and to administrations. It contains best practices, experiences, success stories from other institutions and administrations. It has definitions, arguments, information about the economic relevance of free software and about procurement. I think it's a great tool to get started with the topic and to convince people. And this is what we do with the Public Money, Public Code initiative. We try to persuade decision makers in politics and administrations. We empower volunteers to do the same. We push for free software, friendly legislation and policies, and we also act as a hub for community, for stakeholders, and for public administrations. We want them to connect, to learn from each other, and to benefit from the experiences of other administrations. We have good arguments for free software. It helps to overcome vendor lock-in. It enables collaboration. It empowers local enterprises. It creates trustworthy systems, or it helps with this. It supports sustainability and the one-for-all principle, and even it can save money in the long term. As I said, the initiative has been a success story so far. The slogan Public Money, Public Code and our main demand are widely known, also outside the free software communities among decision makers and people in administrations. Free software has been identified as a key to achieving digital sovereignty. Increasingly, many decision makers and public bodies announced to move towards public code in some countries, and also at the European level. We have even seen concrete policies like strategies, free software friendly regulations, the EU Commission's open source strategy, or decisions to set up public code repositories. A good example for this is also the Italian Digital Administration Codex. Also, it's a bit older than our initiative. In Article 68, it states that if you decide as a public administration to go for proprietary software, you must have assessments before. It really makes you work, it makes paperwork. So it's really much easier to go for free software if you want to procure software. And so it's basically a really smart free software first approach. Overall, there seems to be a momentum for Public Money, Public Code in Europe. So Is it time to sit back? Is it time to watch the European public free software ecosystem grow and flourish? Mission accomplished? I would say no, because at the same time, despite this success, we often lack concrete progress towards public money, public code. We lack decisive implementation of free software-friendly policies, and at the same time, the term digital sovereignty is being watered down. Unlike some years ago, many people now, also decision makers now prefer proprietary software together with servers located in Europe over free software. This leaves the concept of public money, public code, and also the concept of digital sovereignty far short of its potential. Another problem arises when the words free and open are used for software that is not actually free software. Software products that claim to be based on free software procured by administrations should raise our attention. Where's the source code? Are the four freedoms really granted? Or are we facing an attempt of open washing? Yeah, at the same time, many policies tend to come with unclear wording, with loopholes. For example, looking at the EU level, we have the EU Commission's open source strategy that allows to choose non-open technologies where there are good reasons to do so, and releasing software under free software license only where it makes sense to do so. So this is a very unclear term. Who decides when it makes sense to do so? This is really unclear and is a loophole. And we lack clear indicators and statistics on the procurement and use of free software in public administrations. How can we know, for example, if this Italian CAD regulations on free software are being implemented and consequently followed? If there is no transparency, if there is no measurement of progress, how can we judge how big a problem these loopholes of the open source strategy really are, if they are used, if we don't get any figures about this? So this is a defining situation for free software and public administrations. On the one hand, we see a good momentum and many fine words, but on the other hand, we encounter loopholes, lack of implementations, and of statistics also. Therefore, it's the time for a slight shift in the focus of our public money, public code initiative. We still want to encourage decision makers and administrations to move in the direction of free software. Steps in the right direction are always good, even if they are small, even if we sometimes wish for more and faster progress. We want to support and help, to give advice, to encourage, and to connect people to work together towards public code and administrations. But at the same time, we want to monitor developments even more vigilantly, ready to act as a watchdog and intervene where we see problematic developments. We simply cannot welcome commitments to free software and to public money, public code that on closer inspection turn out to be mere fig leaves. That would be a problem for taxpayers, for digital sovereignty, for small and medium enterprises, for innovation, and for society and its freedom in general. So thank you for the fine words. Now let's see, action could be a catchy summary of what we want to achieve with our new watchdog focus. We want public money, public code to become a reality across Europe. For this, we need to monitor progress and implementation. We need to have statistics, and we need to speak out when things are going in the wrong direction. So monitoring, oh, there's something missing. Monitoring implementation and progress is not easy if you don't have statistics. One option is to use something that it's already there, that it's publicly available, and this might be public tender and procurement data across Europe. There is TED, so Tenders Electronic Daily. Since 2015, this EU's project has been publishing 2,600 procurement notices per day, so about 700,000 per year in XML format. The total value of these tenders is at least 670 billion euro per year, and everything above a certain threshold that public bodies in the EU buy is there. And you also get the information who buys it, from who is it bought, and for how much. But can you find this information? This is rather difficult because the search form on TED is really complex. You can't search by type of organization. There's no typing tolerance. Results cannot be visualized beyond HTML. And the XML data is not provided in accordance with the Open Contracting Data Standards, OCDS. Yes, which is really a problem to get the information that you need from this TED data. There have been a number of attempts to make TED data more accessible, but we could not find a single freely available free software for this purpose. So we decided to kick off our own tool, TEDactive. We've been working on that since 2022, since last year, and last year we also won the first prize in the EU Datathon, where we took part. Tidective can be of great help in monitoring the implementation of free software policies. Maybe a civil servant wants to know who buys what from Microsoft to see how much money could actually be saved and used for free software. Or a journalist wants to investigate the recent purchases of Italian border police, or Polish border police, or whatever border police. Or you want to find out how much the EU Commission is actually using the loopholes in its open source strategy and how much money it is still spending on proprietary software. So Tidective will allow anyone to explore this European tender data in the next step, my colleague Linus, if he would have been here, he would have given you a small demo of the whole thing. I cannot do this now, but I have some screenshots to show you what it looks like. So we have a web interface, and at the bottom you can enter whatever you are searching for, and then you get some results up here. In this case, it is STA, so the local transport company of South Tyrol. And if you click it, then you get a nice graph where you can see where they procured. And the nodes are companies. They have been making. They have got the bid. You can click on the nodes. For example, one here shows that money has been spent, so 260,000 euro has been spent this year on surveillance services at Autostazione di Bolzano. Another one shows you that security services have been implemented in Centro di Mobilità di Brunico. And you can also see where the companies are located there that got these contracts. And you could now also, of course, click one of these and get more information of these and see whom else they are working with. And some nice numbers in this upper corner here. There's also an API. You can also check out the API. And to get direct access to the data. So Tidective is developed and released as free software. It is reuse compliant, and we will develop, maintain, and monitor it transparently in collaboration with all relevant stakeholders. We plan to offer bulk downloads of our cleaned and deduplicated data, which is quite complicated because we have to deal with this XML file that we are getting from Tenders Electronic Daily and have to deduplicate the data. We are also making it OCDS compliant and provide an open API interface. And as linked data is more interesting, we also aim to link the cleaned and deduplicated TED data with other publicly available data sources. For example, this could be open corporates or open sanctions to see potentially sanctioned entities or offshore leaks to see if there are any potential links to offshore companies. Yes, the question is, how can you get involved with this to help with monitoring the implementation of free software policies in your municipality, in your country, or across Europe, and do this with Tidective, or also help us with coming forward with Tidective? You can, of course, use the tool. It's on app.tidective.com. As we're running it on our own infrastructure, for demo purposes, the resources are still very limited right now. But it is free software, so you can download it and run it on your own machine or on your own server also. The documentation can be found on the Work in Progress project website, tidective.org, as well as on our FSFE Git instance. So play around with it, see what you can find, and if there's anything troubling concerning free software or proprietary software, then speak out or let us know. And as Tidective is still in alpha stage, we plan to have a beta version next year. But we would be very happy if you would consider contributing to the project as a developer. So to contribute, you need to create an FSFE account first on this link I'm giving you here. Finally, the Free Software Foundation Europe is a charity and depends on our volunteer work, but also on donations to bring forward our Tidective project. We need money, and if you like what we're doing, please consider making a donation to continue our push for free software and for public code across Europe. Thank you very much. And I'm open for questions.
Okay. Thank you, Johannes. Then we have a break, and we start again at 4. Thank you. Davide Vernassa. Okay, so let's resume this track with Davide Vernassa from Knowledge Engineering Group. He will present insights on the latest innovation in knowledge for BI and data visualization. Please.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Good afternoon. Today, we will talk about Knowledge and the latest improvements that we did to our product. I guess that most of you, because you are here, knows already Knowledge. For those who don't, Knowledge is an open source, an Italian open source suite of analytics. And at the moment, we have something like 15 or more years of history in this scenario. And we are counting a lot of customers from public administration from Italy and abroad. Here it is our history. I said 15 years, but we are going towards 20 years now. We started with Spago BI, then we moved to Knowledge, then we had almost 10 years of improvement until nowadays. What we are going to see today is the highlighted part, and it is something that will be released very soon at the end of the year. And nowadays already available as a beta version. So if someone of you is interested, at the end of this talk, we can talk about where to download, where to get the new beta version. First of all, where do we started? We started because the framework, the JavaScript framework that we were using was starting to be obsolete and being deprecated soon. So we had to move very quickly in order to get a new frameworks and to rewrite the core part of our front-end code. We needed to search something that was inside specific bindings, because we are a great company, a big company, and we do need to have a code that is quietly standardized. But we also need to do something that is very customized. So we searched in our benchmarks between all the frameworks that were available. We decided to investigate on React, on Angular, on Svelte, all the frameworks that were available 1.5 years ago. At the end, we decided to get Vue inside our product because it is the right level of freedom and capability to write a strong code. And most of all, it's an open source as its competitors, but it's also community supported because React and Angular are supported by big companies like Google or Meta. Vue is growing from a community like us, exactly like us. It was growing because when we started, the version 3.0 was just released, and it has a very huge ecosystem that is continuously growing and was old enough for us to be sure that it wasn't something that will be abandoned soon. So that was the choice that we made. Was that easy to move to that new technology? Not at all. It was a real difficult year and a half. It took us a lot of time, a lot of developers. If you go to GitHub, you will see that we made a huge amount of commits, but we were able at the end to reach the level where we are now. Was it worth it? Absolutely. We had the possibility for the first time to move from a legacy code to a new code that made us available new tech stuff, like I'm listing here the possibility to use a single page application, to manage everything with a router, to create a progressive web app with our code, to change completely the architecture in a way that we will cover later that will allow us to create a really easy code to be extended. The other three topics is something that we will get deeper in a few moments. First of all, the customization. The customization is something that Noage always had as one of the first and main goal. And what the customer were saying about us was that it was too technical to create something really customized with Noage. So we decided to create something that was more user-friendly, more easy to reach the goal. So we created a theme customizer for the whole Noage in order to change easily color, fonts, logos, and whatever the user can see. And we decided to do the same stuff for the dashboard. That is the new tool that we will see in a few minutes. And we made that importable and exportable, so it is possible for the community to intervene in order to get templates from other customers and to allow them to use their own. So this is a great move towards the community. Here's an example of a customization I made in less than 1 minute for the SFS-Con with the colors that we are seeing in the graphics. And then, as I said before, we moved to the new dashboard. In the past, we were talking about cockpit. The cockpit for a few years has been something very, very important in Noage, and it was, let me say, the main tool. After some times, we were lacking some modern capabilities. So by changing the framework, we had the possibility finally to change and redesign completely from scratch the cockpit. Now we no longer talk about cockpit. We will talk just about the dashboard, the evolution of the cockpit. We tried in very different ways to create something that was user-friendly. The community was asking us to add more charts. We had the capabilities to add customized charts from any user idea. And we also had a new library that is Vega.js, other than Chart.js and iCharts for licensed users. And most of all, we finally get to a completely responsive interface. Just a few words about the journey that we made. We had many years in our past where we created a backlog of functionalities and where all the interaction we had with our customers gave us a very important information on what the user wants from our dashboard. We gathered all those information from customers, from our designers, and we created something new where finally you can decide to move from the data, from the widgets, so from the interface, and whatever path you do choose, you can easily change all the customization. The time to the dashboard creation is very low. Then you can customize all the single parts of the widgets that you are adding. As I said before, now we are also responsive, finally. It was something that we were lacking. We were fluid before. Now we are really responsive. You can change the position of the widgets depending on the breakpoints of the device. And you can also change which widgets are visible or not. So it's something that the user always asked for us, and we now are ready to release. I will try to show you a brief demo of the new dashboard. So if it is possible, thank you. This is the starting point to create a new dashboard. You can choose the path that you want, starting from a widget or a dataset. You can see easily the preview that before wasn't present. And then you can go straight to adding new widgets. Let's start with a simple table. I do like the preview, so I can move it around my grid, my dashboard, and then I can add a chart. As you can see, the time to create a chart was very, very low. Now, all I have to do is customize. Now, I'm not happy with what I've done. I will try to modify one of my widgets. I don't want to set all the styling. I will use one of the templates I created before. And as you can see, the chart is changing right now. The table is changing right now. Then let's move to a brief example of what the responsiveness of the application is now. You can decide to move each widget inside different breakpoints, and that breakpoints will be kept in the memory, so you will have the possibility to easily save it and show it to your user in every different device. Okay, now let's close with those that are our goals for the near future. First of all, we moved with 3 key points that are to create something that will be quick and easy. We already saw that we are moving towards a better user experience, but we are trying to create something that will be very quick to use. So we are moving to micro front ends, we are moving towards in-memory data. So the user will have a very, very, very low time of waiting. We always kept in our mind the idea to create something that was completely accessible. Now we have the possibility to do it 100%. The Vue CAG just released the new release document, so probably we will need some more time to be completely accessible, but this is one of our goals. We are doing something that will be helpful for everybody, not just for a visually impaired user or just to do the homework. We want to create something that will be very helpful for each data visualization user. We want to create something extensible. So, as I mentioned before, if a user wants to create something new, it can interact with us. We are on GitHub. They can create pull requests, and we can try to introduce their needed functionality inside our product. It is not only welcome, but it's something that we always keep in mind. One of our examples is the chatbot integration that we did in one of our last projects. It's a completely new integration. My colleague in a few minutes will talk about it more in detail. But for the first time, we managed to get inside KnowEdge an artificial intelligence chatbot that was creating for you dashboards. Or to say better, to get the data to show you a new dashboard made just for you. Our goal is to completely integrate this tool in order to allow the user to reach an easy dashboarding just by interacting with an artificial intelligence. And so this is one of our best goals. Thank you for your attention. If you want to get some more information, you can get to our website, that is knowedgesuite.com, and on our GitHub page. Thank you.
Thank you, Davide. Do we have any? Is there any question? Yes, question.
Thank you for the presentation, very interesting. And I would like to know if your tool can aggregate data from different sources. For example, sensor data with unstructured data, something like that.
We do have many data sources where you can get your data from. We have the possibility to use REST datasets. We are compliant with MongoDB. We are compliant with many different dialects. So we are continually extending those possible dialects. I guess that if the community do need something new, like it was a few years ago with Solar, we added it. So we are trying to be very proactive with what the user needs as a data source or a data set.
Thank you, Davide.
Thank you.
So welcome back. Let me introduce Marco Cortella from Knowledge Engineering Group. He will introduce us specific features about SDG goals monitoring.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Marco Cortella. I am a senior data analyst for engineering informatica for the Knowledge Labs team. And today I'm happy to introduce to you our new project called Atlas for Dev. That is a powerful tool for enhancing the sustainable development using open data. So before digging in to describe our project, I want to give you some context. So I want to talk about the UN, United Nations 2030 agenda. That is a global plan of action for people, for the planet, and for the global prosperity. This plan is comprehensive of 17 Sustainable Development Goals, also called SDGs. These goals cover the most complex challenge for the world. So, for example, hunger, poverty, education, environment, gender gap, and so on. And this agenda was adopted by all the states, all the UN states in 2015. So what is interesting is that we want to know how this agenda, how the states are performing for these global goals, but it's very complex today to monitor how we are performing, how we are achieving these global goals, because today is necessary to access a multitude of different sources, different international sources, and to analyze data from different sources. Also, for the stakeholders of cooperation, there is a need for a modern and user-friendly way to facilitate the exploration of this data and the visualization of data. So how do we know if we are on track to achieve these global goals? How we know if there are progress or gap in different countries, different regions of the world? So with Atlas for Dev, we are trying to answer to these questions. So we built a digital platform that we enable not only actors of cooperation, but we want also to involve the public to raise awareness about the SDGs. So we built this platform to give us an access and let user visualize data related to the SDGs. So this project called Atlas for Dev is developed by Engineering Informatica for AICS, that is the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation, with the founding of the ACT, that is the Agency for Territorial Cohesion. So I want to highlight one thing, that today there isn't a single database that contains all the data related to these kind of global goals. There is a data heterogeneity. There are a multitude of different international sources, for example, World Bank, WTO, ILO, etc., that covers these topics. But the problem is that these different databases are using a different way to talk about, to describe this phenomenon. So, for example, you have inconsistent metadata, fragmentation, and so on. So, in this project, we built a single database that includes all this data coming from different sources, and we also used a single way to classify the information in a consistent way. So we normalized and standardized the database. So inside this database, we will find several thousand of indicators that are classified by a different array of criteria. So for example, you will find data classified by country context, theme, topic, gender, age group, etc., and of course related to the SDGs. So this solution is not only a database, but is a complete platform that was built based on Knowledge, that is an open source suite for business intelligence that will let you create, for example, dashboard in an easy way. And if you saw the previous talk with my colleague Davide, you saw how it works. And in this specific project, we built 3 different modes to interact with the data, 3 different paths. So you can start by looking at the data in a simplified way. So you can select a specific goal, one specific SDG, and then see all the indicators related to these SDGs and all the related data. A second way is to use a virtual assistant. So you can just write your question in a natural way, in a natural language, and receive customized answer directly from a chat. And then the third way is to use an advanced mode that will let you search the data with other criteria, different type of criteria according to what are your needs to explore. So this platform will let you explore the data, but also to visualize the data. So we let the user explore the data, showing the data using customizable pivot table, where you can, for example, decide what do you want to put on the columns, on the rows, and etc. And of course, you can build interactive dashboard using charts like line charts, bar charts, and so on. And one another important way to show the data is using a geographical map, where you can see directly on a map the values of these indicators according to each country. And everything can be customized using dynamic filters, so you can find what is really interesting for you using this platform. Another interesting thing is that this dashboard that you can build on the platform can be saved for a future use, so you can save the layout that you decided, the visualization that you want to use, and use this kind of dashboard that you build to create automated reports. So, for example, stakeholders of cooperation can build reports based on this platform. Okay, now I want to give to you an idea of what you can do with Atlas for Dev. So we can see a brief video. Okay, so we start with the first mode, the simplified mode, where you have, these are all the 17 goals, the SDGs. We can start by selecting one SDGs. Each SDGs is composed of different targets, so we are exploding the targets. Maybe we are interested in a specific target, and on the left you see the list of indicators related to these targets. We select only the indicators that we want, and then you can start by building your visualization by selecting a specific period in time, so a range, and then you can select the countries that you are interested. Okay, now we can see the data. By default, we see the data on the map, so you can explore the indicators values. You can select a specific year, so you can see the values according to the year selected. And now we can jump to another visualization. For example, this is the pivot tables. And also here you can filter the country that you are interested in, or maybe a specific year or indicator. Now let's see the second way, the advanced mode. So in this case, instead of using a SDG as a starting point, we can filter the list of indicators by a specific criteria. So for example, we have criteria about sex, subtopics, themes of different types, the unit used to measure the indicators. So for example, here we use a specific theme about alcohol and tobacco. We can go back, maybe we are interested in gender, we filter the criteria by gender. So we select, for example, gender gap. We see the list of gender gap indicators. Also here we restrict to a specific period in time that we are interested in. And then we can select the countries. Countries are grouped by different type of clusters. So we have geographical cluster, economic cluster, or social cluster. Now you can see we get the data on the map, and we can continue in the same way we saw before. And now we see probably the most interesting is the chatbot. So you can start by writing your question directly in natural language. For example, we are interested to have some information about occupation in Asia. The platform replies directly with some facts, so it will contain directly some information about the question that we wrote. Then we can write other specific questions to maintain the same context, so the chatbot will answer to that specific question. And then what is interesting is that from the chatbot, you can jump directly to the dashboard. So the chatbot can select for you which indicator are interesting according to your questions, select what is the period that maybe is interesting for you, and which countries are related to your question. From here, you can start by jumping on other type of visualization. For example, here we see a bar chart, where we can also here filter by specific countries, change the layout, select one indicator at a time. So you can customize the layout as you want, as you prefer, and then explore the data. And maybe from this visualization, we can jump to another type of visualization, maybe line chart because you're interested in the history. Also here you can select specific indicators, filter by specific country, and so on. Okay, so this was a very brief demo. So what's next? This project is aiming to be completed by the end of this year. And what is the most important thing that I want to highlight is that this will be available on a public website. So this is not a tool only available for specific operator of the cooperation, but for everyone. This public website will be available for everyone to give access to the data and enable the user to create visualization as they want. So when the website will be available, we hope you will join us in this journey towards the monitoring of the sustainable development goals. And I hope that you stay updated with our progress and join us for shaping a better future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marco. I think we have times for 2 questions. One is here.
Thank you. Very nice presentation. This tool is not available right now, so we have to wait a few days, maybe, because we are in the end of the. So
it is not yet completed, but it will be available in the coming months.
So when it's available, we can make download for free.
You don't have to download anything because it will be on a public website, so you just have to open your browser, access the website, and from there, directly inside the web browser, you can explore the data and visualize the data.
The tool presented by your colleague is the same.
It's the same tool, yes.
So we have to go to a specific website and load the data and use the shards, is it?
Well, it depends on how you want to use. If you want to use for your projects, you can download the platform, install it on a server, and then the platform is a web-based application. So everything can be done through a web browser. But of course, there is a server that hosts the web application that we created.
So if we have problems, so what kind of support do you offer?
Well, there is a support for clients that adopt our solution. So there is, for example, a ticketing system. There is also a public forum. So of course, there's different levels of support. There's also paid support if you need specific things. But there is a team behind the project that will support you in anything you need to build.
Yeah, because you know this technology, they are very nice, but when you are installing, making tests, and all things can happen. So it is nice.
We support also this phase of installation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
We have just a few seconds, but maybe we can continue answering.
these indicators you showed us, is this standardized, or is this your own invention, or what?
No, the indicators are, as I said before, they are retrieved from international sources like World Bank, etc. The definition of indicators are defined by the United Nations. So we didn't describe, we didn't invented the indicators. Of course, there are different sources that maybe they are not classified. So there was also a work of classifying the data according to different criteria.
So thank you, Marco,
Okay.
and at the time, but that was very interesting. So, welcome Mirko Boehm from the Linux Foundation. He will present us about how European regulators are casting their eyes on maturing open source communities.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Mirko Boehm. I recently joined the Linux Foundation to do community development for Linux Foundation Europe. And as such, interacting with regulation is, of course, one of our key topics. Now, I don't want to talk too much today about the details of the individual legislative frameworks, and more about what this general focus of regulators on basically designing the internal market in the EU for the software industry means for our ecosystem. Maybe to set the scene, this number is the contribution of open source software to the European economy per year. You've probably seen this a couple of times, but there's an interesting detail in this study. I was part of the team that worked on this study, and we highlighted at the time that open source communities are today an integral part of the ICT sector. You can basically not find a significant number of relevant products that don't contain a large share of open source software. And because of that, primarily to ask for making sure that this ecosystem remains viable, we asked the regulators to look into careful regulation of the interaction between the open source ecosystem and the rest of the ICT sector. For example, by enshrining the role of the open source definition, which was constantly questioned. We also pointed out that SMEs are the backbone of open source success in Europe, not necessarily big industry. I don't think that's news to this room. Regulators listened, but they didn't really look at the careful part. So we said careful, and they said, well, we'll just regulate. And we have to keep one thing in mind when we talk about Europe. Europe is a global regulator. When Europe regulates how products are brought into the internal market, that affects supply chains all over the world. Why? Because with in terms of volume, either D or one of the 3 biggest markets in the world, and that means that every product maker, every manufacturer will design their products so they can be sold in Europe. Europe has a history of being the toughest regulator, so basically we're setting the standards in the world. That's a good thing, but with that comes a lot of responsibility. Currently, the European Union is engaging in quite a number of legislative initiatives that affect the ICT ecosystem. And because we, with our open source ecosystem, are part of that, this all affects us as well. So we have the Cyber Resilience Act, we have the update to the Product Liability Directive that will include products that are purely software. We have a regulation on standard essential patents that will introduce a mandatory register of essentiality of patents, which is good for us. We have an AI Act that may regulate foundational, meaning open source software models as well. We have a Data Act that manages how you have to disclose what you're using and how you're using it. And the European Identity and, I never get it done, maybe somebody else can help. So EIDAS, identity and authentication, basically. And all of these regulate how software products are brought into the market. I have one highlight about the CRA, because the discussion focuses a lot on this one law, because there's actually quite clear that regulators are targeting also community actors that release open source software, especially if they're a little bit bigger. And there are a couple of effects that even the EU says will happen. For example, the law will put additional burdens on SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. There's even talk of creating a support fund for SMEs to counterbalance this effect. And you've seen earlier, SMEs are the backbone of the European ICT ecosystem. Now, what happens if you put in a regulatory burden on a group like that, small companies? It leads to concentration. Bigger companies will take over. So there might be effects here that that may not necessarily be in our favor. There is a disincentive, well, a negative incentive to working upstream first, because by publishing your code, you're exposing yourself to risk. And because entities that are outside of Europe only have to be compliant with the CRA at the time they import into Europe, there's encouragement to develop the shift development offshore. So this is just to highlight that there are effects in these legislations that affect our ecosystem very directly. And if you're asking why those organizations that represent many and important open source projects are so adamant in their feedback, that's why. But as I said, I don't want to go into too much into the individual regulations. I wanted to highlight what this means for our ecosystem. And I've picked 4 challenges that might be possibly alarming or maybe surprising to some of you. Some of you may already know that they're coming. None of the upcoming regulations differentiate between upstream and downstream development. You will find things like an exclusion of non-commercial open source software from the scope of a law. But what you don't find is that, for example, a developer or a company contributing code upstream is treated differently from somebody bringing a product into the market. However, if you look at the structure of the software supply chain, there are technically 2 supply chains, one going from developers through integrators to upstream projects making releases, and one going from using all this software through a number of integration steps to the consumer. So basically 2 directions. One goes from developers to upstream, and another supply chain goes from upstream through companies, integrators to consumers. And they're not treated separately, and they have very different purposes, and they result in very different things. Commercial consumer products are supposed to a commons, a generally available pool of upstream software. Also, typically, it is the actor who defines the responsibilities. So is it a big company? Is it an individual developer? It's not the act, like the nature of the activity that the person is doing at the time. Now, the same actor can introduce a commercial product or work upstream. We should treat that differently, but the laws don't. That was one effect. So the effect is that currently the ICT ecosystem is seen as one conglomerate, not 2 streams of development. Here's another one. We're basically going to see that the maintenance of FOSS projects is becoming a corporate responsibility. Now, the European Union doesn't call it this. It doesn't speak of corporate responsibility when it comes to maintainership. But it is introducing requirements like that products will receive security updates over the lifetime of the product, or that through the Product Liability Directive, that faults in the products will be fixed as long as the product is supported. And the time frame in which a product is supported is expected to be roughly 5 years or more for most products. And this automatically means that any actor who is using an open source product in their commercial product will have to maintain that as long as they want to update that product. So I think that's actually a good development if you think about it, because we for the longest time said if you're just a consumer, then A, you're kind of feeding off the open source community, but also B, you're not really making sure that you can sell your products 3 or 4 years down the road. But I think it's important to point out that if you want to fulfill all these obligations, then you also have to participate in the maintenance of this software. Not just know where the software comes from, but also participate in development. This requires a very mature understanding of where in your open source journey as an actor you are. You may have seen this picture of like, I'm a consumer, I start to contribute back a little bit, and all the way at the end is, I have a strategic understanding of what open source means for my organization. That's required for this. We, as open source organizations, are currently not really speaking with one voice. There has been an effort in July in Geneva where the Linux Foundation has invited a host of other organizations that are responsible for upstream projects or for the open source definition to basically enable horizontal collaboration. The idea was to say it doesn't help if we tell lawmakers 16 different versions of our interests. We should be able to align on that. Now, that was not solved there, but it's a start. It was 3 days, actually, of very intense discussions, and I hope that this continues, this effort, and that our whole ecosystem is able to represent to lawmakers a more unified voice. Important here was that, of course, we have to ask, what are you really representing? Like the Linux Foundation represents projects like the Linux kernel, Cloud Native Computing Foundation, or in Europe now, Open Wallet, super interesting. But it's difficult to participate in this discussion if you can't say who you speak for. So this is something that we as an ecosystem need to understand. Our lead at the Linux Foundation calls it that we are the janitors. We are not the developers. We are the organizations that clean up and make sure that everything works and help the developers do their work. But we are working for the developers, not for anybody else. And then finally, and this is really something that was apparent in the debates around the CRA, like who should be included, who shouldn't. We need to come to terms with what open governance means. We have said for the longest time, there's more than one open source way, that's true. Open source should be protected, it's also true. But there are actors that are using the word free and open source software to their benefit, but they're not developing in an open way. You've heard about the disaster with HashiCorp. You also know about how Android is being developed. Yes, it might be open source licensed, but it's not an open source project. And we've had a lot of trouble when we talk to lawmakers to say that's a difference. You know, it's not just about licensing, it's also about the collaborative development model, and they ask us, okay, how do we know? And that's the definition of open governance. So we need to come to terms and describe what it means that a product is collaboratively developed by some entity or some community that is then feels responsible for this release that is made under an open source license. Important here is that regulators see the ideas of being non-profit and non-commercial as different, and rightly so, because they're two different concepts. You can have a commercial non-profit organization. Every company, corporate, membership-based organization is commercial, might be non-profit, speaking about the Linux Foundation. So there is a discussion, for example, just to highlight that, to reference roles in the ecosystem like open source stewards, meaning organizations that feel responsible for making releases, in the law. That is not in there. It's being one of the discussed amendments in the CRA. But that indicates that lawmakers are coming up to that understanding that in our ecosystem we have actors with different roles and they should be treated separately and not all as for-profit businesses. I think we should forget exceptions. There are exceptions in all the laws that we discussed today that say non-commercial open source development is excluded. Now we know 90% or more of all contributions by line of code or by contributor are made by corporations or by people in their day job. If we exclude non-commercial open source development, it means absolutely nothing, because you cannot even isolate those individual contributions made by individuals in a non-commercial context from all the rest. And all of you, when you graduate from university, will work in corporations. And if you're lucky, they let you work upstream. So this will not change. The open source community will not go back to be primarily volunteer-driven. We need to get organized. I think basically that's my call here. We will need to mature as an open source community. We will need to be able to respond to regulatory challenges. And we need to be able to say who speaks for us and what does open governance mean. So, thank you. 34 seconds for questions.
Is there any question on this? Very quick.
Works for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So welcome Thomas Eichner from Südtirol Business School. You will be presenting about how IoT and AI are revolutionizing mass customization. Please.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, and thank you for your time to come and to listen to my presentation. My name is Thomas Eichner. I'm the scientific director of South Tyrol Business School. I'm a university professor, and I have been doing research on mass customization for about 10 years. In this presentation, I'll talk about how the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence can be integrated with mass customization to change this manufacturing strategy in the years to come. So I'll first give you an example of how traditional mass customization works. I'll then continue with AI because it's changing the way products are customized. And afterwards, I'll talk about IoT, which will have a larger impact on how customized products are being used and adjusted to the experiences and personalized after the sale of the core product. Mass customization is a combination of two terms. We have mass production on one hand and customization on the other hand. And these two terms, which at first seem to be contradictory, are combined. So essentially, mass customization means that companies are trying to find ways how to tailor products to the customer's individual needs and preferences and manufacture them with the efficiency of mass production. So this is what we are talking about. And this is how mass customization in most cases looks like in practice. A customer visits a website, an online sales configurator, and is guided through a series of steps in this guided process. During the process, the user can then select the colors, materials, sometimes shapes that he prefers, add custom writings, and depending on the product, also customize some technical aspects or other aesthetical aspects. Okay, so this is essentially how Nike by You does it. We have here the Air Force One sneaker, Nike Air Force One. And at some point, you will see how the product is evolving towards what customers maybe had in mind. Now, this process takes time. That is one of the potential disadvantages of what is usually a fun activity to do. And it also requires a certain degree of technical capability on one hand and creative imagination from the part of the customer. And that is what sometimes keeps people from customizing the product and then also checking out and buying the product. At some point, you will come to the end of the customization process, and you have the chance to actually buy it. So you see what you designed, and if the customer decides to complete the purchase, then the product is produced, right? So that's also something relevant to say about mass customization. It's interesting to know that at this stage in this whole process, about 90+% of customers actually drop out. So many try out the customization, but then for a variety of reasons, they decide not to purchase the product. And that is one of the things that using AI, we may be able to improve. In a very simplified way, we can think of mass customization as these three phases that you see on this slide. So first, the customization phase. It's fun, it's an engaging activity, but it's time-consuming, as I said. And it requires a degree of willingness and capability to co-create the value, right? To co-create the product. So we are here in a co-creation process of users. And there are a few additional challenges that occur at this stage, such as overchoice effects or the paradox of choice, which I will explain in a minute. Then we move on to the purchase, where about 10% or less actually buy the product. And finally, the product is being used. But our needs and preferences, they change over time, right? So maybe we purchased a product which at the moment when we designed it was really a solution for our individual needs or preferences, but then it may become obsolete sooner or later. Within these phases, we see AI as mainly being beneficial in the product customization phase and IoT being beneficial in the post-purchase phase. There is certainly some overlap, but I'll focus on these two scenarios. Now keep in mind that mass customization, to some it seems like an innovative technology, but it's actually something that has been around for about 20 years, and in these 20 years it has changed very little from a technological perspective. AI can basically improve the customization by making it quicker, easier, and more satisfying for the user. So let's discuss these three use cases. First, mass customization companies can use AI to give customers individual recommendations, much like it's done with standard products, which is what we see on this slide. Mass customization platforms can generate ideas, show custom inspirations, but most importantly, customize the customization process. Because what these companies are very good at usually is to provide a wide variety of options customers can choose from. But the process itself is exactly the same for all the customers. And as we are not just different in terms of what we need and want, but also in how we do it and how our approach towards customization is, it is also key to customize this whole process. How can that be done? For example, by offering only options that are relevant for the individual customer. So as far as it concerns myself, don't show me pink and orange as an option because those colors are just not for me. And if I'm not shown these options, my decision-making process is quicker, I'll be more satisfied, I'll be more secure about what I do. This also helps to prevent the paradox of choice, which I mentioned just a few moments ago. Paradox of choice means that if we ask customers, we ask them, how many options would you like to have to choose from, right? Then very likely we would say as many as possible, right? An infinite number of options, because that may, from an individual subjective perspective, give me the best benefit. But then at the same time, the more options we offer to customers, interestingly, if it's more than 7, it's something like a magic number, the degree of satisfaction decreases, the willingness to choose decreases, and overall it's less likely that we find the color that actually matches what we had in mind, right? So we feel more insecure, less happy about the choice, and AI can help with that. Second, it can be frustrating for users to, for example, customize a car or customize a bike, go through the whole process, invest the time, choose all the options that are best for us, only to find out at the end of the customization process that the product is twice as expensive as the budget that we had in mind. This again can lead to non-purchase from the customer, a negative overall experience, and maybe even bad brand reputation. And here again, artificial intelligence can help implement budget-optimized customization by simply eliminating some options or complete features. For example, let's say when it comes to car customization, expensive rims. And AI can understand which options to remove, which features to remove based on behavioral data, based on experiences, and so on. Maybe depending on what I chose in the first step, remove some options in the second, third step of this customization process. And the third example of AI in mass customization is the integration of augmented reality and virtual try-ons. This can not only help previewing the item like we see it here, but also enable more complex customization. For example, here we can preview the chair in our living room, okay? Nothing exciting so far, right? But what about if the system can help me match the color of the chair to its actual environment, to the actual room in which it will be used, right? So that can really be beneficial for some users who have a hard time in doing that process from a creative point of view. Or I may have to buy some new glasses. So match the shape of the glasses to the distance of my eyes, right? Or maybe to the overall facial shape, right? So this is how we can integrate these technologies. And these three applications that I just presented should lead to higher numbers of customers who participate in mass customization on one hand, and on the other hand, increase conversion rates. Now, moving on to IoT, the focus is now on the post-purchase phase. This works for products that have some degree of connectivity, obviously, or smart functionality, allowing for continuous customization even after the product was bought, and that's the exciting part here. For example, a smart car could adjust the suspension over time, the seating, the infotainment system, again, based on behavior, maybe based on the traffic. As we are getting older, maybe we evolve certain changes, and the system can help us with that. Another example are hearing aids. You see here on this slide 3D printed hearing aids. So these are customized according to the shape of the ear of the patient, right? So to have a better fit. But then with the Internet of Things, the system can customize amplification levels and maybe detect also in hearing ability, right, over time. Imagine that the hearing ability of the patient increased, right, got better or got worse. So we can actually adjust that over time so that the user always receives the correct level of support. Also, this works for other medical devices. IoT here could also, in theory, sense environmental factors. Is the customer indoor or outdoor? Is he in a crowded space, right? So these are all customizations going on, which can be supported with the help of IoT. But also lifestyle and wellness applications. So IoT-enabled fitness machines, for example. They can update work programs if a user's fitness goals have changed, or maybe if his actual fitness level changed over time, then what was originally developed as a custom fitness plan is adjusted. And this could be linked with health monitors such as the smartwatch that you see here on the right-hand side. So several of these examples are already implemented by some companies in practice. So I want to close my presentation with two future outlooks. One thing we will probably see a lot in the coming years are virtual assistants, right? Just like you know it from all those chatbots, ChatGPT. Also, the support of users in customizing the product will look or may look like this in the future. So essentially an AI chatbot that can integrate all the functions that I talked about before, and users with a different approach to customization can now simply talk to the machine and say, okay, I have this in mind, what are your suggestions, help me find a color that matches these preferences, or this is what I like to do, and so on, right? So this will mainly benefit those who have some limited creative ability to go through this process. Another idea could be to analyze, let's say, voice, tonality, or facial recognition, and suggest products or customization options that match with the user's emotional state, for example. So, last few seconds, why is this relevant for open source and for this conference and free software? IoT relies often on open source operating systems, so these applications in mass customization should also be considered in developing it. Second, community-driven innovation is very important here in mass customization because it's from the users for the users. So this is how we see the connection. Thank you so much for your attention, and if there is time, I am happy to answer some questions.
Thank you, Thomas. almost finished.
On
It's
time.
okay.
No time. All right.
No time.
Okay, but maybe if there are some questions in this break now, we can maybe answer a few if you have some. I'm happy to work some extra minutes.
Maybe if you can provide an example of a company that you feel particularly important to mention as a process. I mean,
there are certainly some. I said that there are some companies which already use these technologies. There is Original Plus, which is an Austrian ski manufacturer that uses AI to produce functionally customized skis. And how do they do it? They consider, for example, your skiing style, your biometrics to customize the skis according to these aspects. Or there is Asper Bionics, which is a New York-based producer of AI-powered prosthetics, right? So an artificial arm, for example. They have the Asper hand, which is self-learning technology, which uses a combination of IoT and artificial intelligence to adjust to the behavior of the patients, right? So to get better over time, and how the machines function are very different from patient to patient. So it's also very beneficial to continue customizing this, what is already a customized hand, artificial hand for these impaired people.
thank you, Thomas.
All right. Cheers. Thank you.
Welcome Stefan Muschlegner from Stadtwerke Meran. He will introduce us their developments on fully relying on open source tools about smart cities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Stefan Muschlegner, the head of the Public Lighting Department of Stadtwerke Meran, and I'm also responsible for some smart city use cases. Some words about our company. We were founded in 1928. We have 100 employees, and we have a revenue of over 20 million. We are an in-house company of the municipality of Merano. What are our what we are doing? We are keeping clean the city. We are supplying the water to the city, and we illuminate the city. And we are trying to make Merano smarter. That means in the first thing, the important thing for us is to optimize our free services, the public lighting, the water supply, and the waste management. But we are still starting to realize also use cases for the city of Merano, like, for example, now with the Just Nature project, we have installed temperature measuring for the Just Nature project, and we have, for example, also installed bike boxes and traffic counting systems. We have just 3 operating use cases. That means that are not only proof of concepts, these are just operating systems which are working just since more years. In 2020, we started with the integration of the public lighting control cabinets in our platform. Then in 2021, we realized the integration of the press container, and in 2022, we realized the integration of the bike boxes. These 3 use cases, our technical partner was Telmecom. Now we are continue to work on different use cases. In these days, we are installing hundreds of LoRaWAN nodes on our public lighting lamps, and we are integrating also the temperature sensors. One of the next steps is to integrate in our platform the traffic data. And we are making tests with smart metering. We are measuring over LoRaWAN the water consumption. Then how we were starting to make smart city projects. The beginning was in 2019. I get the announcement that the communication protocol from our old remote control system for our electrical cabinets will be switched off. I get this email in December, and in this email was written that in February we will be offline. And this was not a nice situation. I have to manage 150 kilometers of roads with public light. And without our remote control system, I don't know if my streets have if the public lighting is working. What brought us in this situation? First, the software, the remote control software, was a proprietary software. And the modem was soldered into the modem, at the end, the system was not modular and not adaptable. That means that the fact that we will be switched off the communication protocol means for us that the system was unusable. How we do avoid to repeat the same error? The first thing was we developed, or Thermicom developed for us a 100% open source based platform. Then the next step was we integrated a 4G modem in the control panels, and this modem is connected over a network cable to the PLC. That means if we are changing the communication protocol, we can only change the modem. Then the next thing was the PLC. We were writing a local company was programming for us the software for the lighting controller, and now we have a complete modular and adaptable system. And for this reason, if our actual communication protocol, if this don't exist more, we can change the protocol. We are able to adapt the software in the cloud, and we are able to adapt the software on the PLC. Then the implementation. We developed the software for the PLC. We set up a VPN network. Every control panel has his firewall. Then my team installed the PLCs in the control panels, and we had the development and the installation we have made this in 4 months. What we are doing with the light cabinets, we have the visualization of the actual line status. We have in Merano 150 kilometers of roads, and we have 450 lines. If one line is off, I see it in this system. Then it's also really important for if you are making service that we can switch on and switch off by smartphone every control panel. We have an automatic voice call. That means if we have one line down during the night, our system is calling the technician of my department, and he will go to fix the problem. And we have the configuration of the switch on time. For the switch on time, we are reading the weather data from the Open Data Hub. If we have good weather, we are switching on the public lighting later. If we have bad weather, we are switching on the public lighting earlier. Then the second use case, we have Merano, the press container system. The press containers are used by the citizens 1,500 times per day. Around 50% of the Merano's residual waste are collected by this system. We have 16 press containers and 10 underground containers. Why we started with this use case? Until 2020, we had an external electrician for the maintenance. We have made a tender, and the tender came up empty. For this reason, our director decided that my department has to make the maintenance of the press container. We were not really happy to must do this because press container not so nice like lamps. one of the biggest problems was the alerting over SMS or email was not suitable. That means that often we wasn't known that on the press container is a problem. For this reason, it was really important to integrate the automatic voice call. What was the problem? If we know that the press container is not working, if you're going on site, if you have a standstill of 10 minutes, we had 2 garbage bags. After 30 minutes, we have this situation, and after 120 minutes, we have a mountain of garbage in front of the press container. For this reason, we had to minimize the downtimes. What is possible? In the manual of the press container was written like solution to send manually a warm start. That means that the press container makes a reinitialization. We have integrated this in our Smart City platform, that every time if the Smart City platform get error message, the Smart City platform sends automatically the warm start for the reinitialization of the press container. Only in the case of an unsuccessful warm start, my employee will be automatically alarmed over a voice call. We have a success rate of 60% with the warm start. That means that since we started with these systems, we have not made 2,820 services on site. That means if we are calculating around €50 for one service on site, we have, it's a really good result. Here, for example, in 2020, without the smart systems, we had 300 service operations in 3 months on site. And in July, we had only 100 service operations on site. In money, it's the service cost in 2020 was €77,000, and in 21 only €32,000. Then the last operating use case, which we realized in 2022, are the bike boxes. We have near to the train station Untermais and near the Therme, we have the bike boxes. We are also responsible for the maintenance. That means if a bike box has a problem, my electricians receive a call, like for the press container and the light cabinets. And these bike boxes can be booked over app, and yes, it's a really smart mobility solution. Then they use technologies. The Telmecom has programmed the backend in Python. The front end is programmed in Angular. There is also the mobile front end in React Native. The mobile front end for us is really important because my electricians mainly are working on the road. Then the database is Postgres. We are using OpenVPN for the data communication with the PLC. We are using Modbus TCP/IP. And now we are working on the communication with a single lens. We are working with LoRaWAN. And at the end, while we are using open source. For us, it's really important to don't have a vendor lock-in. And for us, it's really, really important to can collaborate with other cities. And open source is also makes sense because most smart city use cases, there's a really poor budget, and without license costs, these use cases can be economical. Yes, and maybe the most important reason why we are using open source is that in the future maybe we will have own developers, and we can develop our own smart city. Okay. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. I think we have no time for further questions, but just in case, we can connect directly. So, it's time to start again. And we start again with Marco Pavanelli from SASA SPA. He will tell us about how they are monitoring the fleet of SASA with free software. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. And my name is Marco Pavanelli. I work for SASA. Those who are from Bolzano, they should know what is SASA. SASA is the bus company. If you have taken a bus to come here, you probably have been traveling on some of our buses. And okay, this is in very short what SASA does. So we have 80 lines, 60 million kilometers every year, which is a lot, and 570 workers from 27 countries, which is another important number, and 350 more buses, which is what this talk is about, and 10 hydrogen buses is because we have also some high technology buses, and there are very few in Italy who have companies that are actually running on the streets hydrogen buses. Okay, this is my dev team. We have a team of 4. 2 of them are here, actually. And we develop software in-house, which is quite uncommon because we are a bus company, not a software company, but we have a small team, and we develop small application, or sometimes a little bit bigger, just for our needs. They are only for internal use, but nice stuff, and so I decided to show. Then we have an hardware team, which is also, this is probably the secret weapon of this project. These 2 guys here, Emanuele and Mauro, are those who go actually on the buses in the morning, and or even at night. Sometimes you have to work when the buses are not running, actually. So, and putting those trackers, which are the tool we were using for this project, and they put them right in sometimes in very strange places, so they have to climb and do funny stuff. And so they are very important for this, for the success of the project. And this is me, and I have been developing software for quite a long time, and working for the public transport in different companies for 10 years. Speaker at PyCon events. I'm quite a radical Pythonist, and I'm proud of it. And for the first time, I'm speaking here at SFSCon. Okay, this is the question. Is it possible to monitor our fleet of 400 buses using free software and writing an application inside? And the answer is yes. So talk is over. The answer is yes. No, it's not over. Now I'm going to tell you how we did it and why. But this is the actual application. Unfortunately, we can only use the slides. I cannot show you my browser. Otherwise, you would see the dots moving. Those are buses in line right now. And you can also choose one there and say, okay, let's see where 512 buses is going right now. So these are our colleagues and people in the company. They use it for many different use. They want to see where the bus is parking now, where it's going, if it's going on the correct route, because sometimes it happens they take the wrong route. And so we have different use cases for this kind of information. This is the one I prefer, and it's very easy to understand. Mobile version also, same application, same website, and just seen in another way. Here, again, you see near the station a bunch of buses that are stopping there. Okay, why monitoring? Of course, we have plenty of reasons. The main reason is we wanted to know where the buses were, because also we have some subcontractors which are working for us, so we didn't know if they were actually doing the job, and this is very important. This is probably the main reason why we started. Then we found plenty of other reasons, like safety reasons, to know where the bus is exactly, and also for statistics, quality of service. Where was the bus in a certain time, means also how punctual it was, on how in time it was in the line, which is also something that influences our quality of service. Okay, why internally? Internally is because right now in Structural, the public transport is going through a huge transition, new software, new ticketing machines, and so on. And we have a gap of time during while these technologies are being deployed. So we needed something there and fast. So this is why we decided, okay, we'll do it inside at home. Okay, this is the overview of the project. We have the buses. On the buses, we have some tiny devices. They are called Teltonika. They are very tiny little piece of plastic. They don't cost so much. They just need batteries. They have the antennas inside, so you can just place them in the right version, and they start transmitting data on internet. So you just have to give them an IP address and a port, and you start getting data. And then we created from there down the gateway, which is written inside from my team. Then we have a storage solution, which is also, it is Postgres actually. And then we have some application running on the server, through which we supply the data to the users with the application you have seen before. This is more in detail, so you can see the Teltonika. That is exactly one of ours. And the data is coming in that form, actually, is binary. It goes through the gateway, it becomes JSON data, which we store. And with the position of the buses, we get the position about every 30, 40 seconds on some specific events. We decided we had to configure each of these specifically. So when something happens, there is a turn, there is a brake, there is a sudden acceleration, there is a bump, also a crash. We hope not, but sometimes our buses have crashes. So we get a message like that, which goes all through RabbitMQ, which is quite important to give stability and resilience to all the system. I know there is someone from Rabbit here today, and I thanked him already for the software, which is one important part. Second step, from the RabbitMQ, we have a consumer which takes the data into a database, and from there we have few web apps which present the data to the people. The real-time app is the one you have seen already, but we have also historical data. We want to know where the bus was at some point, and this is a bit too fast. We want to know where the bus was in a certain time, which is quite important for the insurance company, for instance, just to know if there was an accident, where was it, or to know if the service was done properly. And there is plenty of reasons why we want to see in the past where the bus was at a certain time. So we store about 1 year of data, which is a lot, because we're talking about, we receive like 15 to 20 messages per second from the fleet. Not for each bus, otherwise it would be a lot. But it's still millions at the end of the year. And so we need to get a bit, we do also this check. Right now, we are working on the accelerometer data. Those tools, those Teltonika, they also have the accelerometer. When there is a big bump, you have to put a threshold at the level where you want to get the message. And so if there is a bump above a certain level, you get a message with the wave of the accelerometer. And we are working now to try to analyze this wave and see if there was a crash or it was just a bump. And this is quite interesting because we're working on an artificial intelligence, something is a very new project. And we are right now we are accumulating data. We'll try to find out how precise we can be about crashes. Well, the problem is how to associate the bump we receive, the wave, with an actual crash, with the information of the crash, which gets stored in our in the company, of course, for the insurance and for other problems, but sometimes it's not so easy to put them together. So this is the work we want to do next. This is, it could be, it could give us quite valuable data because knowing automatically, immediately when there is a crash or where there are the bumps also is quite an important information, maybe not for us, but for the municipality of Bolzano. So we are working on that, and it's going to be one of the steps for the future. And the dream box is to actually have one day also the data from the engine. Right now, our Teltonika are not connected with the engine and with the canvas, but we are working on that as well, or at least we are trying to find out how much it's going to take to do the job, but having also fuel consumption, temperature, engines, brakes, is going to be a lot of more data to make it, to start working on predictive maintenance, for instance, which is very important. We have a fleet of 400 buses. Maintenance is an important part of the cost of the company. So we're definitely going to try to work more on that data sometime. Okay, so finally, as you have seen, code is just one part of the project. This project is built on many other things, like other tools, important free software tools. This is one of the reasons why we are here, is also to say how much useful it is to have reliable and usable, openly usable free tools, and also a lot of people has been employed for the deployment of the Teltonika. The two guys have been working for a lot of time just to get this project done. So the coding part is not the biggest part probably of the project, but still quite interesting. Second conclusion is nowadays writing software in-house is possible. You can make good things. This one for us is a very valuable piece of software with very valuable information, and it's possible thanks to the fact that there is free software around. We would never be able to get to this level, to this quality of and stability of software without RabbitMQ, Django, Postgres, and all the tools we've been using, Python, of course. That's it.
Thank you, Marco. We have time for a couple of questions. Well, I have a question. And you touched point on the possibility to integrate the hardware and also middleware components more in depth into the dealing with the MCUs or the hardware that is already on board through CAN bus, for example. And maybe it's not really the focus, but I was wondering if you consider that to which extent you can interact in depth with the components that are part of the vehicle from the manufacturer point of view and similar stuff.
Well, it's a bit of a Pandora box. Okay, when you start dealing with car producers and bus producers, where the money is much bigger, and it's always trouble. You always have to fight and politics, and they tell you, yes, for sure, we're going to give you all the data, but then when you buy the buses and you have paid them, especially, they don't give you anything anymore. So it's complicated. But CAN bus nowadays is becoming more and more a standard. So not all, but some of the information must be available and is going to be available. We are not talking on knowing precisely the temperature of each brakes or if there are too many vibrations on some part of the engine, but consumption, which is also an important information for us. Petrol is a big part of the cost for us, and I don't know, some alert at least to not to stop a bus in the middle of the town is also already, it would be more than nothing. And those Teltonika, by the way, some of a model which is not costing so much is already equipped with the CAN bus drivers, so you just have to connect them, and okay. It's not so expensive.
Do you have any other question on this? Well, I just have to thank you, Marco, and also to thank also the other speakers for today. This was the last talk, and so we are closing the track. But and on seminar 1, there will be the closing for today with a tale of software, skateboards, and Raspberry ice creams. So I encourage you to check. Thank you.
Thank you.